Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the FEI Eventing Nations Cup here in Ireland. Millstreet International Horse Trials, the venue for leg 3 of the series. Of course, it's only the second leg that has been able to go ahead after the really sad abandonment of Chatsworth a couple of weeks ago. And it's been a difficult week for the eventing community, and it should be said that we are absolutely sure that the eventing family will be pulling together in Millstreet, and we hope that if you're tuning in to the live stream throughout this weekend that you will join us in pulling together as well. So 5 teams in the lineup in the Nations Cup, and the first of those riders will be going down the centre line in just a couple of moments' time. We start this morning with the Nations Cup riders. All of those riders competing for their country in the Nations Cup will be coming forward in the first 2 sessions of dressage. Teams representing the USA, Great Britain, New Zealand, Ireland, and all of those will be in the first, and Australia, beg your pardon, and all of those will be in the first 2 sessions of dressage. Then for the rest of the day and tomorrow, we will focus on the individual riders. Our ground jury at C for Great Britain, Judy Hancock. At M for Ireland, John Little. And also for Ireland, Marie Hennessy is at E. If you'd like to follow along with any of the live scores, Stella will be keeping you up to date throughout the weekend. Kuehnle's Red Mills, the presenting partner of the 4-star class here, big supporters of Millstreet International Horse Trials, but also of the equestrian world as a whole. So getting us underway, it is the Pathfinders for the US team. They've come over here as part of the Emerging Athlete Programme that the US Equestrian Federation run, and it is Emily Hamill and Corvette. This combination that are well known and loved throughout the equestrian world. This little horse, a little bit unconventional in his jumping technique, but my goodness me, it has won him a legion of fans. He is pretty experienced now, by Corrido, owned by the Black Flag Option LLC. 17 years of age, Corvette, but has competed at the 5-star level on many occasions, been top 10 in Kentucky, top 20 at Burley, completed badminton as well, and was just outside the top 10 in Maryland last autumn. The test that the riders are doing is the 4-star test C. New test for 2024, so perhaps one that you haven't seen so far. And the canter work actually comes up quite early on in this test. And it's worth noting that the flying changes, the first of which we're going to see in just a second at A, holds a double mark. So there's 2 flying changes in the test, and they both hold double marks. So quite a key part of the first phase score. And it's great to see a really strong US team coming over here to Millstreet. Leslie Law, their chef de keep, manages the Emerging Athletes Programme. The likes of Caroline Pamuk, Cassie Sanger as well. Unfortunately, close behind in the second of those flying changes, which will be costly because, again, as we say, double marks for those. Trending at the moment around 40.4, not quite square in the halt, just getting a little bit hollow in the rein back of the vertical. It's a horse that would be consistently in the mid to late 30s in the first phase, but the area in which he absolutely excels is certainly the jumping. As I say, he has a real joie de vivre in those jumping phases. So this is the extended walk across the EVF diagonal. You really want to see not only the steps lengthen, but the outline lengthen as well. Everything should just get longer from the frame to the steps. Picks up that trot. It goes straight into the shoulder in. Trending score dropping a little bit further down into the 30s, so around 38.9 at the moment. The two flying changes, or the second of those flying changes, it should be said, proving to be very costly. 5.44 for them. Some 60 or so combinations lining up in the 4-star class presented by Kuehnle's Red Mills. The first 20 of those are those riders competing in the Nations Cup. Only 5 teams in the Nations Cup in Millstreet this weekend. But it will be very strong competition, I am sure. The circle left for the 20 metres, just allowing the horse to stretch on the longer rein. And actually, in working trot, which is something new that we're seeing for this 4-star test, again, a double marked movement. So all of the movements marked out of 10, and if a movement has double marks, then say, for example, you should score a 7 for that movement, you would get 2 7s, because it would be doubled to add to your total score. 280 is the total for all of the movements available, and then there are an additional 20, a coefficient of 2, for the harmony of athlete and horse. Just one collective mark now, and as I say, they're also worth double marks. And the second half of this test really bringing Emily's score down. Plenty of 7s in there. And she's going to look to be around the mid-30 territory at the moment, just waiting for those final few scores to come in. And a real shame for those 2 mistakes in the test, actually, because otherwise it would have been a really solid low 30s score. So we'll bring that provisional score for you in just a second. This 4-star Nations Cup class supported by Kuehnle's Red Mills, as the next of our riders to come forward will be the first of our riders for Great Britain. And it is Stephen Heel, who I believe is making his Nations Cup debut this weekend. Comes forward with the 10-year-old Cadam Deluxe. Was by Boswell, Mr. Heartbreaker. Irish bred, and a horse that has been really impressive coming up the levels. Won the 7-year-old young horse class British national title a few years ago, and has made the step up to 4-star very well. Stephen, really talented young jockey, and is getting a real name for himself at the 4-star level now. A couple of horses competing at this level of competition, and a big weekend for him. Cadam Deluxe just losing a little bit of concentration in that first halt, which was a shame because it had all of the ingredients to be a real show-stopping mark for their first movement. Every rider certainly wants to come in and absolutely nail that first halt. Cadam Deluxe was top 20 at Byrne Market in the 4-star there a little bit earlier on this year. Scored 30.5 in the first phase and was actually 27.5 at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class last year. So certainly capable of putting in a low score in the first phase. And you can see that from these first couple of movements that have come through. Nice first flying change. Looks to be a slight error on the scores, so I wouldn't take that penalty score at the moment. That'll be updated as quickly as possible. This was such a flashy, smart looking individual. He's got a lot of presence, really captures the attention of those watching, and actually that was another nice change as well. He was well marked for the first of those changes, 2.75s and a 6.5. And Kuehnle again, he just did a good job there in refraining his interest in what was going on around him, because you can see the horse's expression taking it all in. And there's another arena actually right next to this one where there's more dressage going on. The flags are flying as well, and it should be noted that the British flag and the New Zealand flag both flying at half mast. There you can see the New Zealand flag just in the back of your screens. That is of course in memory of the wonderful Georgie Campbell, who so tragically lost her life in a fall last weekend at Bicton. And I'm sure there will be plenty of people both at Millstreet this week and in the eventing community all around the world who have been really quite affected by that news. And there are lots and lots of support networks available, so if you are feeling like you could use a little more support, Tilly Byrne wrote a fantastic article for Eventing Nation that outlined lots of different places in which you could access that support, so do take advantage of it if you feel it would be helpful. And of course our thoughts from everybody at Millstreet, everybody in the eventing community, remain with Jessie and with Georgie's family and friends and anybody who has been affected by the last week. But we've no doubt the eventing family in Millstreet are pulling together, and if you're tuning into the live stream with us this weekend, we hope that you'll pull together with us also. Some really nice marks coming in here for Steve. The horse getting more and more rideable and actually really seeking the contact in that 20-metre circle. The marks coming in have stayed very, very consistent, everywhere from 6.5 to 7.5 with just the odd 6. So that's where we're seeing that 31.2 trending score at the moment. Just walking into the final halt slightly, but actually a lovely square halt to finish. And the 3 halts in this test, it should be said, I think Steve will be looking at them thinking, goodness me, when they do all come together, there are going to be some really big marks there. But a puff of the cheeks and a sigh of relief as he gets his test completed. And actually, we'll see him go to the top of the leaderboards. We'll confirm the score for you when it comes through. But we'll be around that 30 penalty territory. Might even just sneak sub 30 depending on that final harmony of athlete and horse to come through. But Stephen Hill, the first of our British Nations Cup riders, has completed his test. Kadam Deluxe, only a 10-year-old, has been around on the eventing circuit for a good number of years. As I say, went very well in young horse classes and is certainly making his mark now at the 4-star level. A score in for Emily Hamill and Corvette, 36.1 for the first of the US team. Land Rover US eventing team who were also planning to field a team in the Nations Cup at Chatsworth. Of course, Chatsworth lost, unfortunately, to the bad weather a few weeks ago, which means this is just the second leg in the series. It looks like a score in for Stephen Heel, Cadam Deluxe, of 30.7. So next to come forward, it is the first of the New Zealand riders. It is Tim Price, wife Janelle, also on the team. Tim, just a nod of his head to President of our ground jury, Judy Hancock at C, and John Little at M. Tim currently ranked number 6 in the FEI Eventing World Rankings. Has previously been FEI World number 1 as well. And a bit of a changing of the guard for Tim in terms of his upper level string. The likes of his 5-star campaigners, Ringwood Skyboy and Bango, to name just a couple, have stepped down from the very top level, and he's got a new flush of superstars making their way up, and this is certainly one of them. Chio 20, owned by Lucy Sangster, Di Brunston and Peter Cattell. Tim, who finished second in Wiesbaden in the 4-star there a couple of weeks ago, with his Maryland winner Coup de Coeur du Devin. This horse was actually top 20 at Blenheim in the prolific 8- and 9-year-old class last year. He's a 10-year-old at this time. Fairly lightly campaigned at international level. Would feel that this is certainly his biggest test to date, and just a slight miscommunication between Tim and the horse at the end of that extended canter, which unfortunately will be quite expensive. Tim very quick to correct the horse and get back on track. And sometimes when things don't go to plan in a test, it's very much about actually moving on to the next movement, minimizing the impact that it has on the rest of the test. It's so important to know your test inside out, exactly where each movement starts and finishes. And just unfortunately a little bit green in that flying change. Was late behind. You can see the horse just getting a little bit tight in the neck. And there's that bit of tension that's just creeping in the walk work. Nice halt, almost immaculately square. Tim, you can see wearing the purple and white ribbon that we'll see many of our riders wearing this weekend in memory of Georgie, her cross-country colours. And Tim doing a really good job with this walk, actually, because when he started the first of these walk movements, the horse just looked a little bit tense, a little bit tight. But Tim, who is a really remarkable horseman, as so many of us well know, just giving the horse the opportunity to take a breath. The rest of the Zealand team will be made up of Clark Johnstone, Dan Joselyn, and Janelle Price will have her World Championship ride McLaren as the anchor combination for the Kiwi team. Nations Cup riders doing their test today in the first 2 sessions of dressage before we turn our attentions to those individual combinations. And you can just see there is so much potential in this horse in the first phase. A really uphill way of going, but just not quite got the consistency and the contact and the frame at this stage in the horse's career. And you can just see they're a little bit tight in the neck, not quite taking the contact at the start of that movement, but improving as the movement continues. And so much about educating these young horses is exposing them to atmospheres and environments such as this. There's a decent breeze at Millstreet. There's lots going on, lots for the horses to look at. And a lovely square halt to finish, just a little bit behind the vertical at times for Chio20. But I think Tim will be very pleased with what could come from this horse in the future, because certainly all of the ingredients there to produce a really, really competitive test, and certainly has not done a bad job by any means today. Would be trending around 33.3. And just a couple of expensive mistakes, firstly in that extended canter, and the first of those flying changes just bringing their score down slightly, but lots of 8s creeping in, particularly in the latter part of the test, and a provisional score of 33.3 for Tim Price and Chio20. So the top 3 at the moment: Kadam Deluxe, Stephen Hill 30.7. We've just seen Tim Price, Chio20, go into second, 33.4. Emily Hamill and Corvette 36.2 for the US team. Now it is the turn of Kuehnle's Red Mills rider Ian Cassels. Ian comes forward with Millridge Atlantis by Dinan Cascaletto. This is a 10-year-old owned by Fiona and Jerry Leahy. Ian, busy rider here this weekend. I think he's got some 4 horses in the 4-star. One of Ireland's most exciting young talents. And has really come up the ranks in Ireland. Dominant on the eventing Ireland scene as well. Would just be 30 years of age, Ian. Or not quite 30 years of age. Don't want to take him out of his 20s just yet. And Millridge Atlantis actually picked up a Olympic qualification run in Saumur in the 4-star long a few weeks ago. First run since that completion back at the end of April, and scored 29.2 in the first phase on that occasion. You can see Ian, such an accomplished rider in the first phase. This horse actually completed the 7-year-old Young Horse Championships in Le Lion d'Angers a couple of years ago. Another 10-year-old in the fields. So exciting to be able to see these real up-and-coming horses at the level. And as we've already said, that canter in this 2024 4-star C test comes up quite quickly at the early part of the test. And that will help some horses, and others may find it a little bit more tricky. Always is the way. Again, just an unscheduled flying change, similar to the problem that Tim Price had. And unfortunately then in another flying change, knows it's coming and then gets the flying change on the marker. But Ian did a really good job there in keeping his composure, keeping his cool, because you haven't got a lot of time to regroup, and he had to get back on the counter-canter lead because he needed to then get the mark for the flying change, which again is, as we've said, is worth 2 marks It's got a coefficient of 2. And that's just seen his score rather plummet. Actually bled across the extended canter, and the counter canter is a separately marked movement, and both of those affected by that. Managed to get it mostly back together for the flying change. But the movements in this test come really thick and fast. Just a little bit behind the vertical into the hole, not quite square. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite the 5 steps of rain back. But beautifully relaxed. Ian, the first of the Irish riders, also joined on the team by Robbie Kearns, by Jennifer Kuehnle and Patrick Wheelen. Well marked in the extended walk by our judge at E, Marie Hennessy. Gave the movement an 8. And this trot circle is, as we've said, a really interesting movement, one that perhaps not everybody has seen so far. You want the horse to have a really forward and downward stretch over the back, but keep the contact light, making sure that there's plenty of self-balance. Actually the quality of the trot remains the same. Good bend, and of course making sure, sounds simple, but the shape and size of the circle is correct as well. Well, Millridge Atlantis just having a little look round at the end of his test. But Ian Cassels, the first of our Irish combinations, have completed their first phase. So 5 teams in the Nations Cup competition here in Millstreet this weekend. We've had the first rider from each of the 4 teams represented by 4 riders in a Team Australia, down to 3 riders. And so the first of their riders, Bill Levitt, will come forward in the next rotation in a few horses' time. So looking to be on a score of around 36.6, Millridge Atlantis, Ian Cassels. The leader at the moment is Stephen Heal, Cadam Deluxe, on 30.7. Tim Price, Chio 20 in second, 33.3. Emily Hamill and Corvette, the best of the US combinations, the only of the US combinations, I should say, that have done their test so far. And next in will be Jenny Caras, the second of those US riders that have come on the European tour for the emerging athletes. Brilliant opportunity for their riders to gain really valuable experience competing over in Europe, and they've tied it in with a couple of the Nations Cup legs. They were meant to go to Chatsworth, but unfortunately they had to buckle down on the training for the last couple of weeks instead after that event was unfortunately abandoned due to the weather. So their attentions are here on the Nations Cup competition this weekend, led by chef to keep Leslie Law, who is of course the Olympic champion from 2004. Big puff of the cheeks from Jenny Caras, just as she prepared to head up the centre line. Summersby, 12 years of age, has had some really good results at the 4-star level. Actually was 7th at Stable View in the 4-star there earlier on this year. Scored 35 in the first phase then. Was 5th in Terra Nova in the 4-star long at the end of last season. And were 4th all the way down last October as well. So have had some good results at 4-star level. It's a horse that is owned by Jenny alongside Jerry Hollis, by Sergeant Pepper. US team that have come over on this European tour, actually based at Hoy Fonseca's yard, taking advantage of his brilliant facilities. Unfortunately, that wasn't a clean change behind. In the hole, but just a little bit above the vertical, just resisting the contact slightly. Average 34.0 from this horse's last 6 runs in the last 12 months. It's pretty much in line with their 2-run average at this level as well. They've only had 2 4-star short starts, average 34.7. And it is interesting, you know, the different questions being asked in this 4-star test, because actually the walk to trot transition, these horses are quite used to the walk to canter transition. You can almost see that slight hesitation as the riders are just kind of aware that actually they might just try and pick up the canter strike off. First visit to Millstreet for Jenny, and it's brilliant to be able, for us to be able to watch these US riders as well coming over here and competing on the European eventing scene. The US are big supporters of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series, and they use it where possible to develop the athletes that they hope will be representing them at future World and Olympic Championships in the future. Trending at the moment 36.9. They come into their final halt, which is lovely and square, and big ats for Summersby. Jenny just looking up at the scoreboard. And the US are really strong, actually, 4-star sections here this weekend. They head up both the 4-star long prediction centre, Caroline Pamuk, and she's the favourites in the 4-star long this weekend. And actually, Alyssa Phillips and Oscar, who will be the next riders that we see for the US in a few horses' time. One of the favourites in this 4-star short class. So, the leader at the moment remains Cadam Deluxe. Stephen Hill, a score in for Jenny Caras and Summersby, 36.2. They actually go equal with teammates Emily Hamill and Corvette, also on 36.2. A wonderful shot there of the brilliant Millstreet International Horse Trials. The Green Glens Arena has been the home and life's work of the Duggan family. Have hosted numerous top-level international equestrian competitions, not just eventing, of course, that we're so familiar with, but jumping and dressage also. But they have also hosted lots of other big events, such as the Eurovision Song Contest was here, I believe. And they're a huge part of the community as well. They housed a few hundred Ukrainian refugees, actually, after the invasion by Russia. A real centerpiece of the community. So now it is the turn of the second British rider to come forward. It is Katie Bleloch and Kuehnle CP, owned by Bella Lloyd-Webber. This 14-year-old mare, Spanish bred. Just unfortunately breaking into canter, and you can really see there actually Katie did a great job, because it's very difficult if your horse has just broken into canter then to come back and be brave in the extended trot. But actually Katie asked for what she thought mare could give, and perhaps going into the early canter work will help this combination. I have to say, I would be a big ear watcher anyway, but this mare's ears are absolutely lovely to watch in this test. You can see them flickering back and forth. There's a good degree of relaxation to them as well. Katie has done a brilliant job in being a real inspiration for those riders actually who compete at the top level, but also managing a full-time role as well. Works in the week, has a full-time job, juggles her eventing alongside it. She came up through the junior young rider teams for Team GB. Has since gone on to establish a career and keep going with the eventing. You wouldn't call her an amateur by any means, because the level of which she operates is certainly that on a par with a professional, but I always have the most respect for those riders that manage to juggle top-level competition along with work commitments also. Quite see whether that was square behind. And it's interesting actually, because this is a great movement, that halt and rein back in the middle of the arena, that really indicates actually the difference of sightings of the different judges around the arena, because the judges at C and at M will get a really clear picture of if the horse is square, all 4 feet in line. You should have almost 2 pairs of feet that you can see, whereas the judge at the side of the arena gets a much better view in terms of the straightness of the rein back. And the mare just getting a little bit tight, a little bit tense there, anticipating what she thought was going to be another canter strike off. And Katie doing a good job and just holding it together. And actually, this extended trot, it's worth noting that the first of the movements at it's the movement number 18, encompasses turning right from C, and then MXK, the change of rein, and then the collected trot at K. That's one movement, and then the transitions to and from the extended trot accounts for another movement, so another score of 10. And again, you can just see the slight bits of tension creeping in here with Chimera CP, but a lovely square halt to finish. Katie did a very good job in just keeping a lid on the mare's exuberance in that test. It wouldn't be a phase that the mare finds the easiest, but a really, really good jumping horse. And Katie, as we've said, extremely talented. Unfortunately, the tension just creeping in slightly. That means their first phase score isn't perhaps as Katie would have hoped, has averaged at 35.8 from 8 runs at the level. We'll confirm that score for you when those last couple of marks come through. 39.3, so into 6th at the moment for Katie Bleloch, Chimera CP. So 4 combinations to go before the first break of the day. And the first of those will be for New Zealand, Clark Johnstone and Rocketman. We'll come to them in just a second, but a leader at the moment, Stephen Hill, Cadam Deluxe, the first of the British riders, 30.7 out in front, the score to beat. As we now turn our attentions to Clark Johnstone. Clark, who has long been one of New Zealand's leading riders. He's a winner at the 5-star level, has been top 5 at both badminton and the Olympic Games, had that wonderful partnership with Balmoral Sensation, another grey, in fact, actually, who was so well known all throughout the world, had so much success. And Clark, who has previously been based for much of his career in his native New Zealand, actually based at the moment at Aston Farm over in England, very much building his string of horses towards a tilt at a spot on the team for New Zealand at the Olympic Games in Paris. Clark, who has a couple of rides in this 4-star, also comes forward tomorrow, last to go with Damasco, who would be the more experienced of his 2 rides. But Rocketman certainly giving judges a very good first impression here. Was top 25 in Marbach in the 4-star short there a few weeks ago. Super competitive 4-star. I think that was the horse's first run at the level, in fact. So only recently stepped up to the 4-star level this year. but actually won the 3-star long format in Linéaire over in France at the back end of last season on a very good first phase score of 26.7. Scored 29.6 on their first attempt at a 4-star test. So we could well see a test here to trouble our leaders. 30.7, the score that stands at the top of the table at the moment. Some nice marks that have come in from our judges the early part of this test. Only a 9-year-old. Unfortunately, the flying change is going to be very costly to their score. It's very different for these young horses as well, particularly if flying changes. You can see just late behind there in the second of those changes as well. But if these flying changes aren't quite established, while they can get them, it's also much more difficult to get them in the arena under test conditions. And it's a vital part of a young horse's education. Lovely halt. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lovely rein back as well, gets the 5 steps. It's amazing actually, you count those steps of rein back, how few rein backs we see with the actual requested 5 steps. Clark doing a super job there. And just those really expensive 2 flying changes at the moment that are bringing this score down. The other marks have been very nice. It'll be interesting to see how much he can pick up in the second half of this test in the trot work, which certainly looks to have been a highlight of this horse's so far. Horse owned by Jean and Rob Johnstone. Really seeking the contact forward in this trot circle, 20-metre trot circle. It's always interesting to think of the scales of training and how a test at the 2-star level actually evolves as you head up the levels, because you'd quite often see a 20-metre trot circle at those lower levels, and actually to see it come back in a more difficult form, obviously at the 4-star level, but just showing again the scales of training coming through. A slight rueful smile, I think, from Clark, because he knows that there is a really, really good test in this horse. It wasn't quite their day in terms of those flying changes, but actually there were a lot of very nice marks that came in, plenty of 8s in the latter part of the test, and certainly there is a very good score in there that I am sure we will see in the not too distant future. Rocketman and Clark Johnstone, the second of the Kiwi team in the Nations Cup. Clark was brave in the extensions, actually. He trusted the horse. And there is a real feel about Rocketman that reminds you of Clark's great campaign of Balmoral Sensation. I'm sure Clark will be hoping if he can even be half as good as the wonderful Balmoral Sensation, he's got another superstar on his hands. So Clark Johnstone, 33.5, goes into third place, just behind teammate Tim Price, who sits in second. Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe continue to lead the way. 30.7 is the score to beat. As we're in the second rotation of team riders, 5 teams in the Nations Cup here in Millstreet. Australia only fielding 3 riders in their team, which means that we will see the first of their riders in a couple of horses' time. Now we turn our attentions to Patrick Wheelen and Altitu. Patrick, the second of our Irish team riders, the first of them in Cassels, Millridge Atlantis, scored 36.3, currently sitting in 6th place. Altitu actually went out to Kronenberg for the 4-star there earlier on in the year. Scored 35 in the first phase, jumped to double clear, went on to finish in 18th place. Has had some other good results at the 4-star level as well though, including a clear cross country at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class last year. Wheelen, based in Wexford in Ireland. Won't get the biggest of marks for that second flying change. Got a 6.44. It was well marked for the first of them, 7.577. This feels unfortunately like the saddle just slipping back slightly. You can see the distance behind the girth, but actually Patrick doing a very good job in keeping cool as the amount of horse in front of him seems to expand slightly, and the horse certainly doesn't seem at all worried. One of those things that can't do anything about when you're in the middle of your test, and it'll be interesting. Patrick will be hoping that the latter part of this test just goes a little bit more quickly than he would have otherwise. You can see just a little bit of irritation from the horse, perhaps showing him the swishing of the tail. But they're doing a very good job in holding it together at the moment. Anybody watching this who will have experienced a attack malfunction themselves will certainly be reassured by it happens to the best of the pros as well. The Irish team, of course, bolstered by that brilliant performance from Lucy Latter, who had that second place finish at badminton. And Patrick Wheelen will be pleased to get that test to a conclusion. Did a really good job to hold it all together, and actually still got some solid scores coming through. You can see him just looking down thinking, goodness me, I have slipped back a little bit more than I would have liked. But the horse holding it together beautifully. And Al-Tutu looking to be around 36.1, actually confirming 36.0, so just goes into fourth at the moment. It's the first of those extended trots. He's a big horse, Al-Tutu. Patrick doing a really good job to hold it together at the end of that test. So the first two Irish tests almost identical. Patrick Wheelen 36.0, Ian Cassels 36.3. So the leader at the moment remains Stephen Heel and Kadam Deluxe. So now we turn our attentions to Bill Levitt for Australia, the first of those Australian riders. Australia now only fielding 3 riders in their team. Kenya Wilson and Andrew Barnett, the other 2 to come forwards. They also have Chris Burton competing as an individual. Kevin McNabb as well. I think Kevin McNabb was the other member of the Australian team in the Nations Cup, but now just has 1 ride. And Scuderia 1918, a best friend, will be his ride as an individual a little bit later on. Also has Pharaoh Imp as well, it should be said, as an individual. They'll both do their test tomorrow. Bill has long been one of Australia's leading riders. Sligo Candy Cane, the horse that he brings forward here. Bill represented Australia at the 2014 and 2018 World Equestrian Games. And actually, his son Josh had a very successful weekend last weekend. Took the British under-21 title, won the 3-star long format at Bicton. Sligo Candy Cane was 7th with a double clear in Wiesbaden in the 4-star there a little bit earlier on this year. Earlier on this month, I should say. And actually won the 4-star long in Montelibretti earlier on this season. So would be certainly one of those combinations that would be very much in with a shout for selection for Australia for the Olympic Games in Paris. Oh, sit tight, Bill. Sligo Candy Cane just kicking out there at the start of that extended, and actually Bill just unfortunately not quite able to pull that flying change off. He really protected the canter actually. You saw he just cut the corner slightly at the end of that extended to bring him round for the flying change, and unfortunately just proving pretty costly. Bill, whose wife Jenny, big part of their team and their operation. And as I say, son Josh also making a real name for himself. But daughter Ursi is a very good vaulter. Really lovely family, been based in the UK for a good number of years now. Bill, one of the most laid-back riders on the circuit. It's meant to be Sammy Birch and Utopia who were going to be the fourth members of the Australian team in the Nations Cup. So unfortunate that we're not going to be seeing them here this weekend, the winners of the 3-star at Cassels Hill a few weeks ago. Sligo Candy Cane, at the moment trending mid-30s. The first of the Australian combinations, remember, just fielding 3 in their team in this Nations Cup class. The next of the Nations Cup classes in Avanche in Switzerland, actually next weekend. Bill completing his test, and just that one really big error at the start of the extended trot right near the beginning of their test just pull their score down slightly, but actually some really nice marks in there as well. A 9, the first 9 that we've seen for the extended walk, and plenty of 7s, 7.5s as well. So 34.6 is his provisional score. That would see him go into 4th place on the leaderboard at the moment. That's confirmed, 34.6 and into 4th. Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe, still the one to beat, 30.7 out in front. Our ground jury for this 4-star class: Julie Hancock at C, Marie Hennessy for Ireland at M, John Little also for Ireland at E, and the technical delegate is Neil Mackenzie Hall, who hails from New Zealand. And as we have mentioned throughout the broadcast this morning, everybody's thoughts here at FEI.tv very firmly with the family of Georgie Campbell. And actually, we know the eventing family pulling together in Millstreet, and they have had a great response from the riders, plenty of them wearing purple and white ribbons, Georgie's cross-country colours. And at the rider meeting last night, Neil Mackenzie Hall, who is the 4-star technical delegate, put together some really moving words, including some Maori. Georgie's husband, Jesse, of course, hails from New Zealand, and the New Zealand team very much riding for him, have been a huge support over the last week or so, or the last few days. Both New Zealand and the British flag flying at half-mast in Millstreet this week. So now we turn our attentions to one of the favourites on the Echo Ratings Prediction Centre. This is Alyssa Phillips and Oscar. And a combination that have had some really good results at the 4-star level. Coming over from the US to compete as part of this emerging athlete programme. Won the 4-star short at Terra Nova earlier on this year. Oscar actually won the 3-star at Rebecca Farm last year as well. Had a bit of time off over the last couple of seasons, been fairly lightly campaigned. But going back to 2022, completed in Buccalo and won the 4-star at Kentucky, the first year that they held the 4-star alongside the 5-star back in 2021. They won that class then in very good company. So very much a favourite for the US team. Rider number 3, flying the US flag this morning, of those that have been so far. Jenny Caras and Emily Hamill, both on 36.2. Exuberant through the flying change, but it was clean. Almost a beautifully square halt. So our camera angle just off to the side, so that would be a halt over the centre line. We don't necessarily see the direct view of that. But Oscar looking really rideable, very relaxed. It's a horse that has had so much success at the 4-star level. I imagine a step up to 5-star will be on the cards at some point later this season, all being well. This extended trot, as we said a little bit earlier, the trots from C and the collected trot after the extended trot, all within one mark. The transition into and out of the extended trot into another mark, and actually have been the clearest transition, but it was very correct, very quiet, very calm, and gets 6.5s across the board for that. The leader at the moment, 30.7, Stephen Hill, Cadam Deluxe. So actually, you don't necessarily need the biggest of marks to go to the top of the table. A 7 from every movement for every judge would see you on a score of 30. That, at the moment, would be good enough to take the top spot. Looking to be trending to go into second here, Alyssa Phillips and Oscar. Lovely final halt. Be interesting to see the marks come in for that. And Alyssa making sure that the judges take note of that final halt, holds it while giving the horse a big pat at the end of her test. And certainly a couple of 8s coming in from our judges for that. 15 years of age, Oscar, owned by Alyssa alongside Julie Phillips, by Coriando, Holsteiner bred, and will be pretty close to our leading score at the moment. Might just slot into second, 0.2 of a penalty behind. 30.9 looking likely at the moment for Alyssa Phillips. and Oscar 30.8. That's been amended. They go into second by the narrowest of margins. So Stephen Heel still leads the way, Cadam Deluxe for Great Britain. Alyssa Phillips and Oscar go into second on 30.8, and Tim Price and Chio 20 rounding out the podium at the moment. That brings us to the first break of the day. We now have 15 minutes or so before the second session of dressage, which will see the remainder of those team riders come forward. Daniel Alderson, Blarney Monbeg, Pepper, the third of the British riders, will be the first to get us underway in the second session at 12:24 local time. So we will be right back after this short break.
Lozano for Brazil just completed the test. The next competitor this arena will be for Great Britain, Nicole Hills riding Charming Boy JR. Start there in arena 1 in the CCIO4 style Nations Cup short tracks and is sponsored by Hungary Ceremonies. Results for number 104, 42.9.
So welcome back to the first day of dressage here in Ireland. Millstreet International Horse Trials, the venue for the FEI eventing Nations Cup. It is leg 3 in the series, actually only the second leg that has taken place because obviously Chatsworth a couple of weeks ago unfortunately not able to go ahead with the great British weather that we have enjoyed this spring. But we now turn our attention to the third of the British team riders, and this is Daniel Alderson. Daniel rides Blarney Mombeg Pepper. Dan actually, while rides for his native Great Britain, has been based over in Ireland for a number of years now and comes forward with this 9-year-old by Dignified Van Zorglier, owned by Lady Caroline Colthurst. Certain this would be Dan's Nations Cup debut. Technical, or the chef de keep, I should say, for the British team. He's quite often a technical delegate as well at some of the biggest international shows. Would be Philip Searle. He's in charge of the British team here this weekend. Blarney Monbeg Pepper scored 33.2 as a personal best at the 4-star level in Kronenberg last year. Averages 35.3 in the first phase from their last 5 international runs. Had a bit of time off. Oh, just getting a little bit above the contact resistance going into that flying change. And that's going to be costly on the scoreboard. Scored 39.7 at Ballindenisk on their last international run. Actually finished on the podium, 3rd place in Kronenberg in the 4-star there at the end of last season. That was on a first run at the level, the end of her 8-year-old year. But has had some good results at the 3-star level over in Ireland. It's a horse that was actually produced up to 3-star by Sean Coleman, top 20 at Le Lion d'Angers as a 7-year-old. Unfortunately, not moving much above a 6 on the scores at the moment. But Dan, who, as I say, has been based over in Ireland for a little while now, actually got a lot of his early experience at this level on TS Jemimo, the horse that won the Adelaide 4-star as it was then, 5-star as it is now, with Chris Burton a few years ago. And gave Dan a lot of fun, a lot of experience, and it's great to see him with younger horses coming up the levels. So into the final halt, and a square final halt. Oh, almost beautifully square. Just having a little look round. Going very much above the contact, Blarney Monbeg Pepper at the final halt. But finishing their test here. Millstreet International Horse Trials, the Green Glens Arena. Has been such a focus point of Irish international equestrian competition over the last few years. The Duggan family have been massive supporters of eventing. The Green Glens Arena, and of course Dressage Castle hosting the International Horse Trials for the 11th time, actually, has become a firm fixture in the calendar over the last 10 years. Took over this spring fixture from Tattersall's when Tattersall's stopped running a couple of years ago. Organised by the Duggan family, and it is a real family affair, Millstreet. And interestingly, the name Green Glens, which is the name of the arena, derived from the title of one of Noel C. Duggan's favourite songs, The Green Glens of Antrim. Mike Etherington-Smith, the man in charge of the cross-country course. And we'll certainly see this weekend play a big part in the build-up to, of course, the Paris Olympic Games, because teams looking to finalise their selection over the coming weeks, and all eyes will be on a number of competitors in the 4-star class here this weekend. Now, the next of our riders for New Zealand, it is Dan Joselyn. Dan comes forward with Blackthorn Cruise, owned by Dan alongside Panda Christie, by Vancouver, out of a cruising mare, so really lovely Irish bloodlines there. 15 years of age now. Dan, who has been at the top level of the sport for a good number of years, represented his country at the highest level. Blackthorn Cruise was at top 20 in Marbach, top 25 in the 4-star long format at Blenheim back end of last year, completed badminton last year as well. That really tough badminton where they jumped clear in the cross-country phase. Would be one of the most experienced horses in this 4-star class. And Dan, as I say, represented New Zealand at the top level. Went to the Olympic Games in Athens back in 2004. Been to 2 World Championships with the Great Silence, that was such a good partner for him for so many years. In 2002 in Jerez, and then Tryon some 16 years later. Another rider who would dearly love to add an Olympic call-up to his tally. Got that flying change. And the first horse we've seen in quite a while to get both of their flying changes, in fact. And talk so much about a clear round, in inverted commas, in the dressage. We always talk about it in the jumping phases, but actually clear rounds in the first phase, a mistake-free test, have been few and far between this morning. 30.7. Cadam Deluxe, Stephen Heel, the score to beat at the moment. Nicely picking up that trot transition. Goes straight into the shoulder in. Judge at M, John Little, will have the best view in terms of the positioning of that shoulder in, and whether it is on the 3 tracks. He wouldn't have the biggest movement, Blackthorn Cruise, but Dan's doing a really good job in not giving anything away here. trending around 33.5 as they come into this trot circle. We saw the introduction of the stretchy canter circle in the 5-star test a couple of years ago, and now the introduction of this in the 4-star test. And these new tests at each level, as Dan comes to the end of his first phase, not quite square in the final halt, but a good solid score on the board for Team New Zealand. I was just saying, these new tests that are introduced, or any test that is an FEI dressage test, they're created by judges within the sport to test the scales of training. Andrew Benny, the New Zealand international judge, has been a real driving force behind refreshing those tests. But once they've created the test and they've written them, they then go out to riders, coaches for feedback. And for these horses as well that have been established at the level, some of them can get quite savvy. They learn a test pretty quickly. So I'm sure the riders will be enjoying the new challenge in the first phase as well. So, scoring 33.9 into 5th place for Dan Joselyn. And actually the Kiwi team are going to be in the best position of all the teams after 3 riders at the moment, because they sit in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Very solid, all 3 of their riders scoring a penalty score of 33. 33.3 for Tim Price, 33.5 for Clark Johnstone, and 33.9 for Dan Joselyn. And of course they still have Janelle Price and McLaren to come forward in a few horses' time. In terms of the team score, with those 3 tests, 100.7 ahead of the United States of America, 103.2 after 3 of their riders, and Great Britain 109.1 after their 3 riders. They still have Kirsty Shabar, opposition heraldic girl, to go. Ireland and Australia still looking at Ireland firstly for their rider number 3, and Australia just had the 1 rider so far, of course only fielding a team of 3 this weekend. So Robbie Kearns next to come forward for with Ballyvilane OBOS for Ireland. It's a horse owned by Robbie alongside Richard Ames, an 11-year-old by OBOS Quality, bred by Tim Gleeson. Ballyvilane OBOS actually scored 34.2 last time out. Competed with Robbie in Buccalow in the Nations Cup last year. Jumped a good clear cross country there. Scored 33.5 on that occasion as well. So has been fairly consistent in the first phase on both of his last 2 runs. Just did a really good job to hold that counter canter there. Actually got the flying change as well. Wouldn't have been the straightest flying change, but it was clean. not quite as good with the second of those changes. Changed in front, unfortunately quite late behind. Robbie just adjusting his position in the saddle there. Just hollowing slightly in the rein back. Horse, but actually Robbie doing a good job in keeping the gelding relaxed as they go into the extended walk. In the extended walk, you want to see the frame and the steps lengthen but remain regular. President of the ground jury at sea is Judy Hancock. Keeping the rhythm in that extended trot. Second flying change, 332. Just proving how expensive it is on a scoreboard because, again, those flying changes double mark. So when one of them doesn't go right, it's almost like two movements haven't gone right. When they go well, on the other hand, they can be worth a good number of marks. So into his final halt, Robbie Kearns, the third rider for the Irish team, Ballyvilane OBOS, will be looking to be pretty much on a par with his teammates, in fact. Ian Cassels, Millridge, Atlantis, 36.3. Patrick Wheelen, Altitu, 36.0. Robbie going to be somewhere in the middle. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. 35.9, just sneaks ahead of both of them. And we'll go into 7th place at the moment. That will give the Irish team 108.2, a score from their first 3 combinations. And of course, still have Polly Blue Eyes, Jennifer Kuehnle, next to come forward. She'll be the penultimate of our team riders in a couple of horses' time. So next to come forwards, it will be Kenya Wilson. And a European debut for Kenya, who has made the trip over from Western Australia to spend a bit of time on British soil. And a Nations Cup debut for her. Pretty certain being based with Sammy Birch, who's been over here for the last couple of months. Was due to compete again at Chatsworth, but unfortunately missed that run. And so looking for that European international debut, I should say, this weekend in Millstreet. Brilliant to see the young Australian rider coming forward with Sandro's Salute. Sandro's Salute. Bred out in New Zealand by Salutation. 14 years of age. Has had a whole host of top placings back home in Australia, including 5th at Sydney in the 4-star long format at the end of last year. We're 6th at the Horse of the Year show in New Zealand. It was won by Shane Rose and Virgil earlier on this spring. And have been 5th at Adelaide in the 5-star last year as well. Would be consistently in the early 30s, usually in the first phase. And so far, well on track with that as a score. Lovely change. It's quite hard to really showcase the straightness coming out of the counter-canter across the short side for the flying change. Often when you take the flying change across the diagonal, you get a bit more opportunity. Lovely square halt though. That's what we've seen threaten to happen so many times in these international tests. Horses pick up the canter from the walk, and this test, tricky little question thrown in by those that wrote the test, is that they actually go from walk to trot. So a much more traditional transition, taking it back down the levels, but actually difficult in its difference to horses of this upper level. And you could just see Sandro's Salute just anticipating a canter strike off, and Kenya having to correct him, bring him back to trot. That's 4s across the board for that, which just unfortunately cost them slightly on the scoreboard. The first of our Australian combinations, Sligo, Candy Cane, Bill Levitt, 34.6. And Australia, as I say, only counting 3 members this weekend. Sammy Birch, unfortunately, not coming forwards, which means that every single one of their scores must count. Kenya Wilson and Sandro's Salute come to the end of their test. And a European international debut for the combination. Great to see them coming over here and getting a good amount of experience and exposure. Obviously had a huge amount of success at home in Australia, and always the most respect for the riders that take the jump, put their horses on a plane. It's not a cheap exercise either to come over and experience eventing in other parts of the world. Lovely expression on Sandro Salute's face as they come out of the main arena here. Lots to like in that test, and only really the one mistake with the strike off into canter when it should have been into trot. Other than that, very solid scores across the board, and they will get a 35.8, which will see them go into 7th at the moment. So next to come forwards, it will be for the United States of America, Caroline Pamuk and King's Special. And this horse, I have to say, I first saw competing on British soil at Gatcombe a few years ago and was unbelievably impressed. He's a big horse, Caroline a tall rider. But he's a horse that actually has made the step up to 4-star very well. Has had some good placings, including top 20 at Kentucky in the 4-star short there earlier this year. Jumped a double clear on that occasion. Was 4th in Terra Nova in the 4-star short earlier on this season as well. And again, another double clear. And won Great Meadow last summer, the 4-star short there. So some good experience. Also been on the podium, 4-star long level. Only a 9-year-old. So still relatively low mileage, but Caroline, of course, the reigning Pan American Games individual gold medalist, would be the favourite on the Equiratings Prediction Centre in the 4-star long format competition. King's Special, owned by the Redfield Kings HX Group. It's 9-year-old by Connect. He's got absolutely enormous paces. And for Caroline, it's a case of harnessing all of that power within the white boards. Just unfortunately not clean behind there, just together with the hind legs. And when the US team, who've been based over here actually in England at Hoy Fonseca's yard, made the trip up to Chatsworth, and once the event was cancelled, Caroline actually went to stay at the Billy Stud with Pippa Funnell for a few days of boot camp, as she described it. And just losing the quality of the canter there a little bit. It was interesting. Caroline was really brave and she really rode the corner. We've seen a few people cutting the corner quite literally, just making it a little bit easier on themselves. And Caroline went right into the corner, but just lost a little bit of the quality of the canter. And unfortunately that came through in the change as well.
It's just about to leave the area. And the next competitor in this CCIO4 long format would be Husky Green, but USA riding highly suspicious.
Caroline, who has had a very good spring campaign with HSH Blake, the horse that she rode at the Pan American Games. You could just see that, again, anticipating a canter strike off, and King's Special really quite convinced that there should be some canter. just getting quite tight and tense in there. So Caroline, as I was saying, actually won one of the selection trials. Try on 4-star long format with Blake. Top 5 at Kentucky in the 4-star short with the horse as well. The US team expected to name their squad for Paris quite early in comparison to a number of the other nations. Expecting that announcement sometime early next week. And King's Especial just getting quite tense in the neck. You can see that. There's another break. He's very bright. Really taking the contact forwards. Well marked for that stretchy trot circle as they come into the final halt. And square enough their final halt. King's Especial just getting a little bit bright in places in today's test. And unfortunately, that tension just dropping their score slightly. It's going to be pretty close to her teammates, to be honest, in the 36 territory. Consistency across those US combinations. But she's a real competitor, Caroline. Got a really nice team of horses, has a very successful sales business as well. But has really backed off the sales business over the last few months, very much focusing her attentions on a potential Paris selection, leaving no stone unturned. So 36.4 provisionally, and actually just waiting for one more score to come in. But King's Especial, Caroline Pamuk, likely to go just outside the top 10. So 4 more team riders left to come forward. We'll give you the score for the US team in just a second. All 4 of their riders have completed, and I think they'll stay on 103.2. 36.3 is Caroline King's Especial's score, so that will be the discard score for now. But the USA, 103.2, their total score after the first phase. Now we turn our attentions to Kirsty Shabar, opposition Heraldic Girl. Kirsty, who has had some great form over in Ireland, particularly with her Top Horse Classic, including wins and podium finishes here in Millstreet, Lisgarvan and Kuehnle, among others. Opposition Heraldic Girl by Fleetwater Opposition, owned by Caroline Keynes, John Johnstone and Kate Montserrat, and actually bred by Father John. Fleetwater Opposition, a stallion that has stood for the family for many years, and Kirsty rides a lot of the family homebreds, often found with that opposition prefix. 12-year-old mare. Scored 32.2 in the first phase. Kronenberg earlier on in the year. Went on to finish top 20 there, jumped to super double clear. Has stepped up to 5-star level, this horse. Unfortunately didn't complete Poe, and sadly withdrew before the cross country at Badminton. But Kirsty a really quick rider in the cross-country phase, and the time here at Millstreet is really influential in this 4-star cross-country. Mike Etherington Smith's track certainly gives them plenty to jump, but the time also plays its part. Tim Price and Falco won this class 12 months ago. 5.6 time penalties, and that was one of the fastest rounds of the day. Gets the flying change, Kirsty. This is trending in the lead at the moment. Still a long way to go, but teammate Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe out in front, 30.7. Remember, that's the score to beat. And the second of those changes comes off for her as well. Well rewarded for the second of those changes, actually, for both of the changes. 7, 5, 8 and 7 for the first change, 7, 8, 7 for the second, and given those are double marked. This little mare, really don't think is that big. Kirsty is quite petite. She's a bit of a pocket rocket. Kirsty's represented Great Britain on a good number of Nations Cup teams over the years. Just getting a little bit tense in places, and actually quite quick. But Kirsty managing the mare very, very well. It's losing a little bit of rhythm. You could see there, that's almost just been bubbling under the surface for the last couple of movements, that the mare was just going to try and break into canter, the odd bobble in rhythm, and then unfortunately it happened right before that second half pass. And again, Kirsty doing a very good job to keep things together, because the mare's tension just creeping through at the second half of this test, and such a shame. They were trending well on track with our leaders, but actually those later mistakes are going to cost them in terms of the overall score. Opposition Heraldic Girl very much looking forward to the jumping phases at this stage. And Kirsty Shabar, the last of the British team riders in the Nations Cup class here, the most experienced of the team this weekend. Kirsty, I think it is safe to say, will be a little bit disappointed with that, because was well on track to be up there, if not at the top of the table, very close to it. But unfortunately, just that tension creeping in at the end of their test, proving quite costly for them. There's a lot of atmosphere down there, and it's kind of set into the landscape, this big main arena. A lot of flags. The spectator areas are sort of raised up, so it gives a real amphitheatre feel. And we've seen one or two just affected by the tension this morning. 35.2 for Kirsty, so that will be a counting score for the British team, and their score is actually 105.0. So at the minute, it is New Zealand who are out in front, 100.7, and they still have one more rider to go, so they can improve upon that score. The USA 103.2, currently sitting in second. Great Britain 105.0 in third. Ireland 108.2 in fourth. Australia, of course, still one more team member to come. That will be Andrew Barnett and Go Tosca in a couple of horses' time. But first, we will welcome the final New Zealand rider in just a couple of moments. That will be Janelle Price and McLaren. And if Janelle scores anything better than a 33.9, then the New Zealand team score will be improved as well, because they're currently on 100.7. The three team members from New Zealand, all very consistent so far. Tim Price, 33.3, Clark Johnstone, 33.5, and Dan Joselyn, 33.9. So we turn our attentions to Janelle Price. Janelle, who was part of the New Zealand team that won a team bronze at the London Olympic Games. That was her Olympic debut. Has since represented her country in both Rio, where she finished individually in 17th place, and also Tokyo, where she finished in 11th place individually on 3 different horses. Has 2 World Games to her name as well, and a couple of 5-star wins in there also. 3 5-star wins, I think the tally is at. The last of those came at Po 2022 with Grappanera. In fact, fun fact for you, all of her 5-star wins have been on mares. Grappanera, Fairy Dynamo, and the wonderful classic Moe. McLaren, though, is a horse that was originally produced by Sir Mark Todd. Janelle took on the ride when Mark hung up his competition boots, and they've gone on to have some really good results, including a top 10 finish at Protoni, or in Protoni at the World Championships. Scored 26.1 in the first phase there back in 2022. And actually picked up their Olympic qualification. They needed a 4-star long minimum eligibility result, and they did that at Saumur. This is the horse's first international run since then, and a big moment for the New Zealand team selectors, I am sure. This is a horse that, at the moment, trending 28.3. So on track to take the top spot at this early stage. You can see Janelle's tailcoats really flying around now. The wind has picked up. All of the taller trees have been, I think, strategically laid on their sides. I don't think they've all blown over. But it just adds to the tension down there in this main arena. And this horse is a real little pocket rocket. Janelle, quite petite. The horse is probably only about 15.2. But my goodness me, if you're tuning into the live stream at the weekend, watch him jump, because he has so much scope. Lovely second flying change. Now, Janelle just needs to keep a lid on any potential tension in the walk. Trending 31.7 at the moment. That would go into third. 17 years of age now, McLaren, owned by David Thompson and Carrie Thompson. Just hear that ding in the background, an announcement. It almost just see the horse take a little bit of notice of it. But together, just kept things calm and relaxed. And Janelle shortening the walk back up, but not actually shortening her reins. You can see there just as she comes into the trot. Again, another horse that really just anticipating a potential transition to canter. And actually you can see from the early part of the test, just losing a little bit of the quality of the trot work there. Looks to hopefully be settling into the task now. Coming in for that extended trot. Huge paces, this little horse. He came to eventing quite late in life, if memory serves me correctly, and went from sort of novice to 4-star level in about one season. Rocketed up the levels. And Janelle actually, quite strategically there, gave the length of rein more with her hand rather than physically lengthening the rein. Unfortunately not quite square in that final halt, but he does keep the immobility. So Janelle Price and McLaren have completed their test and should be pretty much on a par with her teammates. I think it will improve the Kiwi score by a small margin. Anything better than 33.9 will improve their total overall score. But New Zealand currently sitting on top in the team standings. And you can see Janelle there with her purple and white ribbon, as so many of the riders here this weekend are wearing, in memory, of course, of Georgie Campbell. Georgie, who is as much part of the New Zealand team family as she was part of the Great British equestrian family. But it's safe to say that actually the events of the last 4 or 5 days have really touched the eventing and equestrian community as a whole all over the world. And I would just urge you, if you do feel you need any support, regardless of how well you knew Georgie or didn't, it certainly has touched the lives of so many all over the world, then do take advantage of the support that is available. The British Eventing Support Trust, Riders' Minds, to name just a couple of them. There's a great article on Eventing Nation that has all of the support network details, and they're open to everybody. Now, one of Ireland's brightest young stars, Jennifer Kuehnle, Polly Blue Eyes, the horse that she brings forward, the 4th rider for Team Ireland. As the score confirmed for Janelle Price and McLaren, 32.9. So that sees New Zealand move into a slightly larger lead. 99.9 is their leading team score at the moment. Janelle sits in 3rd place individually. Jennifer Kuehnle comes forward with Polly Blue Eyes. This is 16-year-olds by Consonalis, owned by Jennifer, alongside Hans Kuehnle. Jennifer, who's got this horse and another ride entered for the 5-star at Wheelen in a couple of weeks' time. We'll see her riding as an individual as well. I think she comes forward perhaps tomorrow. Sammy Davis Jr. that she'll bring forward then. Haven't yet had any scores coming in from our judge at C. So that penalty score will be updated, but at the moment is an average between the two judges at M and E. Second flying change came off better for her than the first of them. Beautifully square in front, not quite square behind, unfortunately, but relaxed in the rein back. We've seen the tension actually creep into so many of our combinations as soon as the walk work has started. That early canter work seems to help the horses relax slightly, but actually then coming back to the walk. And there's quite a lot of walk in this test as well. Jennifer Kuehnle, best test with Polly Blue Eyes at the 4-star level. Actually came here in Millstreet, 37.5 back in 2022. They were 8th at Kronenberg in the 4-star long format earlier on this year. Had a fairly light 2023 campaign, this horse, having a bit of time on the sidelines, but prior to that, jumped clear cross country at Bleloch. So the final rider for Team Ireland comes to the end of their test. Unfortunately not quite square, and Polly Blue Eyes just popping her head up to have a little look round in the final holds. But looking like they will be close to improving the Irish team score. Not going to make a massive difference to it. 108.2, anything better than a 36.3 would improve that penalty score. So we'll wait for Polly Blue Eyes' score to be confirmed. Might just take a few moments. There are a few scores in there to catch up. But Ireland, I would imagine, will stay in 4th place on the leaderboard. So at the moment it is New Zealand, the USA, Great Britain, Ireland, and we have Australia next to come forwards. And actually, in terms of Australia, they're the only ones that could go ahead of New Zealand. New Zealand on 99.9 from their best 3 scores. If Andrew Barnett and Go Tosca, the final Australian combination coming forward, can score 29.4 or better, then Australia would go to the top of the standings in terms of the team competition. Well, how wonderful is it to see Andrew Barnett competing here in Millstreet, another rider who has made the trip over to Europe, building up to potential slot Paris 2024. Andrew, who was originally a show jumper, also does a huge amount of coaching. He's a well-renowned and respected coach as well, back in Australia, has been based over here with Chris Bartle in England, the Yorkshire Riding Centre. And Chris has been a big part of his plans over the last couple of months. Go Tosca has had some really good results at the top levels. 13 years of age now, this gelding. Was 10th at the Land Rover Horse of the Year show earlier on this year, but won the 4-star long format in Sydney at the end of last season, and have had a whole host of other podium places and wins at the 4-star level, and really produce a very good first phase score. Have been as low as 23.3. That was on their way to coming second in a 4-star in New South Wales in October last year. The leader at the moment, remember, 30.7. Stephen Hill, Cadam Deluxe. Will we see an Australian flag at the top of the leaderboard? Andrew Barnett making his Millstreet debut with Go Tosca, the third of our Australian combinations. Australia, remember, only fielding a team of 3. 29.4 or better from Andrew. We'll see Australia as the leaders in the Nations Cup competition ahead of New Zealand. New Zealand currently on 99.9. You can see how this horse gets those big marks in the first phase. Lots of movement. Very fluid through his body. Certainly off to a very good start. Trending 27.8 at this very early stage. Would say though, a long way to go. We have seen very few clear rounds in the first phase today. I think probably only the one. Nice change. Chris Bartle would have been a big influence and a big help to Andrew in planning their campaign in the build-up over the next couple of months. Still trending on track to take over the lead at 28.1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps in the rein back. We want those steps to be even in the rein back as well. It's amazing how many, as I've said, we don't actually see the correct number of steps. Actually well rewarded for that. 8.7575. Let's have a look at this trot transition. Almost just took it a little bit too early, but Andrew just asked the horse to wait. Lovely pair of white socks. They're very symmetrical in the lateral work. This is looking to be a very smart test. And he's brave in this extended trot as well. Be interesting to see what mark comes in for that. He really went for it. Andrew Barnett. A name that perhaps many over in Millstreet wouldn't necessarily be familiar with. I think they'll be familiar with him very soon, because this is looking to be a very smart test so far. Lovely big loose trot. Well, we're going to have a new leader, and I think Andrew Barnett is going to lead Australia to the top of the team standings as well. Go Tosca is going to go to the top of the individual leaderboard. Andrew Barnett getting some really nice marks in from our judges there. Looking to be our first sub 30. So our individual leader, 30.7, Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe, is the one out in front at the moment from second down the centre line this morning. And anything better, 29.4 or better, will see Australia go ahead of New Zealand in the team standings. And it's looking to be confirmed as 29.0. So Andrew Barnett, Go Tosca, go to the top of the leaderboard. And that will see them out in front individually, but also we'll see Australia sneak ahead of New Zealand. Australia 99.4 from their team riders. They don't have a drop score, remember. New Zealand 99.7 in second. USA 103.2 in third. Great Britain 105.0 in fourth. Ireland 107.4 in fifth. But the individual standings, Andrew Barnett 29.0, a unanimous leader among our judges, ahead of Stephen Hill, Kadam Deluxe in second 30.7. And Alyssa Phillips and Oscar completing the individual podium at the moment in third, 30.8. So that takes us to the end of the two sessions of Nations Cup riders. We still have lots of individual action to bring you. Michael Ryan will be the next down the centre line for Ireland at 13.41. So we will be back after this short break.
individual riders. And the first one is Michael Ryan riding for Barnett with number 554, Barnett. This is an Irish sport horse. 13-year-old pediatric by Phillips on the match day. Owned by Caras and Johnstone.
Welcome back to Millstreet International Horse Trials as we welcome the first of our individual combinations forward for Ireland. Michael Ryan, Michael with Barnett Kuehnle. Owned by Carol and Tom Henry. This 13-year-old by Chinook Eclipse. Michael Ryan, a man who has been at the very, very top of the sport in Ireland and for Ireland for a good number of years now. Made his first of many championship appearances for Ireland back in 2003. At the Europeans in Punchestown, had that wonderful partnership with Old Road, who he rode at 3 Europeans and a World Championships in Aachen, or World Equestrian Games as it was then, but also went to the Olympics in London and has been to a total of 5 European Championships as well. Barnett Kuehnle, the horse that he brings forward here. It's a horse that was 15th in the 4-star long format here 12 months ago. Jumped a very good clear round cross country. Also previously been clear cross country at Blenheim in the 4-star long format there. Michael doing a really good job to keep the canter. This horse has been top 15 at Wheelen in the 5-star as well a couple of years ago. Missed the second half of the season last year internationally, so competing here. And I have a feeling actually did the Event Rider Masters class here back in 2019, finished top 20 on that occasion. The record dressage score here actually at Millstreet was set by Thomas Carlyle and Upsilon back in 2018, I think it was, 16.5 in the first phase. Ended up going on to win on a score of 17.3. That was actually the horse's last ever international run, as Mike just having some issues keeping that trot work. The horse just quite convinced that actually wants to pick up the canter lead, and unfortunately it's bleeding from the shoulder in into the half pass. Better in this second piece of lateral movement, just that miscommunication unfortunately proving to be quite costly. Barnett, Kuehnle and Mike Ryan trending around 40.3 at the moment.
Just about to leave the arena. The next competitor will be Caroline Cole for New Zealand riding high time.
So Mike comes down the final centre line to complete his test. Mike's wife, Patricia, also competing. We'll see her with the Cape Crusader a little bit later on today. And Mike, again, another ride for him. Clara Mountain comes forward later on tomorrow. So Michael Ryan and Barnett, Kuehnle likely to go into 20th position on the leaderboard. The leader at the moment individually for Australia, Andrew Barnett, and Go Tosca. 29.0 is the score to beat. Stephen Hill, Kadam Deluxe sitting in second, 30.7. Alyssa Phillips and Oscar in third, 30.8. So still some 20 combinations left to come forward today. And of course, we'll be back with you tomorrow from 12:10. Ian Cassels, Shambo Superflex will get us underway. And another 20 combinations taking us through to just before 2:45. Clark, Johnstone and Damasco will be the last to go there. But a real insight from this camera point here of the brilliant facilities that the Green Glens Arena at Millstreet offers to all of the combinations. They have a real selection of different classes available throughout the weekend, from the 4-star long format, from the Nations Cup class, all the way down to the 2-star level. And I think there might be an intro 1-star class as well. Emma Duggan is the person responsible for what is, quite frankly, an extremely complex timetable. They do a brilliant job, Jean Mitchell and everybody involved at Millstreet. But the Duggan family have hosted this international horse trials since 2015. And it's become a firm fixture on the eventing calendar, one of Ireland's premier events. Now another ride for Ian Cassels, the second of his 4 rides in this 4-star class. Busy rider here this week. Milridge Athos, the horse that he brings forward this time. Milridge Athos owned this horse stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time, just an 8-year-old, went very well at Lilian d'Angers for a 16th place finish in the Young Horsewell Championships last year by Grand Gale, owned by Ian previously, now owned by Jerry Leahy. It's bred by Kieran Savage over in Ireland, out of touch on the dam line. And one that Ian certainly thinks a massive amount of. Has actually competed here in the 3-star in the short format this time 12 months ago. Finished with an excellent double jumping clear round. And stepping up to the 4-star level this time. Ian, a very correct rider. Very quiet around his horses. See the first of these changes. Actually, got a good enough change. A bit hollow in the contact, but only an 8-year-old, remember. See the second of those. Unfortunately, second of those changes is quite late, and that will really drag his mark down, which was a shame because got the first of them, but 3s across the board for the second. Lovely square halt, and really showing the immobility. The test requires 2 to 3 seconds immobility. Now into the trot transition, and really nicely done. Just rather rattled the boards, but actually didn't bother the horse. He's taken to this atmosphere very, very easily. Ian on his first ride scored 36.3 for the Irish Nations Cup team. Ian supported by Kuehnle's Red Mills, who are the presenting partners of this 4-star class, big supporters of Millstreet International Horse Trials as well. Have been supporting through one of their sister brands, Carday and Martin, best turned out at the horse inspections. It's a really nice test from this young horse. Yes, that was the mistake in the second of those changes which dropped their mark, but actually a huge amount to like from the combination as well. And for only an 8-year-old stepping up to the level for the first time, I think Ian will be absolutely thrilled with that as well, because it's a different level of intensity, the 4-star test. And certainly Milraj Athos looks one to look out for the future. We'll look forward to seeing them in the jumping phases again on Saturday. The show jumping will be streamed for you on FEI.tv live from 2 o'clock local time. And the cross country will be brought to you live on Sunday as well, including commentary from the on-site team. So Ian Cassels, Milraj Athos, just waiting for their final score to come in. They're going to be around the top 10. We'll still see Ian on a couple more occasions tomorrow, because Shambo Superflex and Kelly's Quality still to come forward for him in the second day of dressage. Shorter day of dressage tomorrow, just the 2 sessions, 20 combinations coming forwards. But big names, including the likes of Kevin McNabb, team silver medalist for Australia from the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Tim Price, Clark Johnstone has a ride, as well as Chris Burton, Shadow Man. Chris making a comeback for Australia, bidding for a team spot. Paris Olympic Games, of course, on the horizon. Caroline Powell, the newly crowned badminton champion. Joseph Murphy as well. And Ryuzu Kitajima for Japan, who helped the Japanese team here 12 months ago in that final Olympic qualification run. So, Ian Cassels into 9th, 35.2 with Millridge Athos. So, best of the Irish at the moment. And now we turn to Patrick Byrne, Bowley's Maximum. Again for Ireland. Bowley's Maximum, owned by Patrick himself, was bred by Noel Egan by KC Maximum Joe, 11 years of age now. Bowley's Maximum finished just outside the top 20 at Ballindennisk in the 4-star short there, and was 10th at Ballindennisk in the 4-star long format last year. And completed in this class 12 months ago. Just picked up a frangible device, 11 penalties cross country, and a few jumping penalties in the show jumping to add. But just to think he's had a slight mind blank. Judy Hancock at sea. Quick to remind him of where it has gone wrong. And actually he forgot his canter work. I think he went straight into the walk. Or was going to go straight into the walk, perhaps. There's nothing worse than being in the arena and your mind just going blank. And as we've seen on many an occasion, it happens to riders from the lower levels all the way up to the top. But unfortunately, just changing in that extended canter, now got to pick up the counter canter again, and that becomes a little bit trickier. The horse did go to change in front, and then a rather exuberant flying change. He got it back to actually make the flying change happen, which is admirable, because there's not a lot of space in the arena when things go wrong at that point. And again, the same thing has happened. Horse just popped in a flying change and another one. And actually, again, he did a very good job to be able to get back onto the counter lead to be able to make a flying change happen, which when it did eventually happen was late. Typically, the first one was beautifully clean, as is so often the case. Thomas Carlyle, I remember, once said in commentary on Event Rider Masters Leg, the best flying changes are like kisses. They're the ones that you don't ask for. So extended walk. It's the trot transition, which we've seen plenty of riders have a little bit of bother with this morning. It's a new 4-star test for 2024. This could well be the first time that a number of these riders are riding it. And a very subtle rising to the trot. He is rising to the trot, but not as obviously as perhaps some. That stretchy circle, just encouraging riders to let the horse take the contact forward, and is in rising trot as opposed to sitting trot. So Patrick Byrne and Bowley's Maximum waiting for their score to come in. Unfortunately, some costly errors, and we'll have the error of course to incorporate as well, but looking to be around the mid-40 territory, which will see them go into 22nd place on the leaderboard. Next to come forwards will be Cathal Daniels, CDS Cairnview Romolu. Cathal, who was the individual bronze medalist from the European Championships in Wheelen in 2019. Also part of that Irish team that took the team silver at the World Equestrian Games in Traun in 2018. A wonderful partnership with the great mare, Ryogan Ruhr. It comes forward with this 13-year-old Irish bred. That was completed the 4-star short in Kronenberg a little bit earlier on this year with a clear round in the cross country. Has actually been top 10 here at Millstreet in the 4-star long format a couple of years ago. Has had an interrupted campaign over the last couple of years. Cathal, who has represented his country at Pony Junior and young rider level, a whole host of medals along the way, was the individual European champion back in 2012 in Fontainebleau at the Pony Europeans with Master Morose. Took team gold at 2 junior European championships, a team bronze at the Young Rider Europeans as well, as an individual bronze, I say, at a senior Europeans. So has achieved an extraordinary amount, despite still being not very old. Born in 1996, so 27 years of age, won't turn 28 until September. An absolutely extraordinary CV to his name. Cathal, quite strategic in how much he asked for in the extended canter there. And again, in the other of those extended canters, not asking for too much, just what the horse is willing to give. And gets the flying change. Wouldn't have been the straightest, and was a bit of resistance, but made it happen. Just get it losing a little bit of rhythm going back in the rein back. pole slightly as well. Trending just inside the top 20 at the moment. Difficult to see the angle in the half pass from this camera angle. Of course, our two judges at the end of the arena at C and at M have a very good view of the crossing of the legs. So Carl Daniels and CDS can view Romelu coming to the end of their test. Will be just sneaking into the top 20, I would imagine. At the moment, the leader, Andrew Barnett, and Go Tosca for Australia, 29.0, the only horse we've seen break the 30 barrier. Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe in second, 30.7. They were one of the first to go. Second down the centre line a little bit earlier on. Alyssa Phillips and Oscar, best of the US combinations in third, 30.8. And in terms of the Team Nations Cup standings, Australia 99.4, out in front of New Zealand 99.7. USA in third, 103.2. Great Britain 105.0. Ireland 107.4. Just the 5 teams in the Nations Cup. All of those Nations Cup team riders did their dressage this morning. They will be among the first to show jump on Saturday afternoon as well, and we'll live with the show jumping for you, FEI.tv from 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. And now we are focusing our attentions on the individual riders in this 4-star short presented by Kuehnle's Red Mills. And next to come forward will be Suzanne Hagen with OBOS Take One. This horse owned by Suzanne herself, 12-year-old. Another by OBOS Quality, bred by Marie O'Brien. It's a combination that were 5th at Ballindenisk in the 4-star long format last year. Scored 38.1 on that occasion in the first phase. Personal best at the level, 33.6. That came in Lisgarven last August. Lisgarven, in fact, has taken the August date that was previously occupied by Millstreet. Millstreet, of course, moving into the date formerly occupied by Cassels. Cassels, that based just outside Dublin, that ran many Nations Cups over the years.
That's the Kuehnle riding jump car.
Just at times losing a little bit of quality in the canter in the half pass. Unfortunately, late behind in the flying change, which never really happened in the end. Had to come through trot, and then a very abrupt walk transition that almost came to a halt. Comes up, as we've said, very quickly this part of the test. Into this trot transition, gets it very nicely. Another that have just found those flying changes to be so costly. They're double marks, the coefficient of 2 on both of the flying changes. Circle, 20 metres in total. One of the new movements that we see in this 4-star test, allowing the horse to stretch on a longer rein and working trot. Riders rising as well. Want to see a real stretch over the back, keeping the self-balance and the quality of the trot in particular, and of course the shape and size of the circle. So Suzanne Hagen, OBOS take 1 have completed, and will just nudge a sub 40 score in the first phase. That's about on a par with where this combination have been scoring in some of their more recent runs. Not a million miles away, and should just go sub 40 as well. 39.4 provisionally. That's just been revised, 39.3, so into 21st place on the leaderboard. I'm actually wearing a yellow ribbon, mark of respect that we've seen associated with Tiggy Hancock, the extremely talented young pony rider who sadly passed away a couple of years ago. And as we've seen with the outpouring of grief from the equestrian community over the last few days, following Georgie Campbell's fatal accident at the weekend at Bicton, the eventing community are absolutely extraordinary in pulling together when times are tough. And it's been a few days that have really touched people all over the world, however well they knew Georgie, or indeed her husband Jesse. So many people have been affected by those events. And one thing is for certain, the eventing family will be pulling together in Millstreet this weekend, and we hope that if you're watching the coverage along with us, that you'll pull together with us as well. And Jesse has actually released a statement this morning, which is quite an emotional read. I won't read it out on here, but he makes a point which is a very emotional point, and says, seeing the purple and white ribbons has been amazing, but on an even more basic level, when you're out competing this weekend, please just smile at each other. Don't feel awkward about laughing, and above all, try and love everything and everyone. You can read that in full on the social media accounts on Team Campbell and on Jesse and pages in particular. But I think it's a point to remember. Georgie very much in our hearts and in our thoughts. And we're seeing plenty of riders this weekend honouring her memory as well. Next to come down the centre line will be Alana Kelly and Kuehnle Bounce, who's having a jolly good look at all of the flower pots. Kuehnle Bounce, owned by Caroline Kelly, was bred by Thomas Duffin by Grange Bouncer, this 14-year-old, out of a Master Imp mare. And looks to really live up to his name, actually. He's very cool, and there's a good bit of bounce in there as well. I think just having a little bit of conversation, perhaps to his friends left in the collecting ring. It's a combination that actually went to Montelibretti in the Young Rider European Championships last year, finished with the individual bronze medal there for Ireland. Part of the Irish team that also took Team Silver. And the horse that's really giving Alana the dream has come up through the levels. Through the juniors. Oh. Lived up to his name a little bit too much through the flying change. And now giving her taste at the 4-star level as well. Clear cross country at Ballindenisk on their debut a couple of weeks ago, back in April. Better, much better flying change second time round. He looks to be settling to the task at hand a little bit more now. It's quite bright when he first came down the centre line. And as we've already said this morning, there's so much for them to look at in this main arena. I spoke a little bit too soon. Alana doing a good job there in the extended trot. Kuehnle bounce just looks for a moment. He would quite like to break into canter. The Irish Pony Junior Young Rider teams have brought through such a wealth of talent into the Team Ireland senior team. And Alana, one of those that have enjoyed so much success through the levels. A couple of Young Rider European Championships with this very horse. Millstreet have actually, in fact, hosted the Junior Young Rider European Championships a couple of years ago. Say back in about 2018, perhaps. But Alana Kelly and Kuehnle bounce. Lovely square halt to finish. And we'll look forward to seeing Kuehnle bounce in the jumping on Saturday from 2 o'clock local time. We'll be bringing you live coverage of the show jumping on FEI.tv. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow with the second half, or the final third, I should say. 20 more competitors to do their dressage tomorrow, and that will be live from 12:10 local time. Some big names in the lineup, the likes of Kevin McNabb, Ryuzu Kitajima, Joseph Murphy, Calmaro, the home favourites, Christopher Burton for Australia, as well as Tim Price and Clark Johnstone as well on second rides for them. But Suzanne Hagen and Kuehnle bounce have finished their test. We'll confirm a score for you. And they go into 20th place on the leaderboard, 38.3. All of the live scores can be found on Rack and Stella, and you can follow along with live coverage on there throughout the weekend. The leader at the moment for Australia, Andrew Barnett and Go Tosca, the only combination to have gone sub 30, 29.0, ahead of Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe, 30.7, and Alyssa Phillips just 0.1 behind on 30.8 with Oscar. So that is the top three at the moment. In terms of the Nations Cup team standings, it is Australia, New Zealand, the USA, Great Britain and Ireland, first through fifth. And of course they will turn their attentions to the jumping on Saturday. All of the Nations Cup riders rode this morning, and so now we focus on the individual riders coming forward in this Nations Cup 4-star short class, presented by Kuehnle's Red Mills. As next to come forward will be Nick Brooks for New Zealand with Lucky Jojo. Nick, who's actually just taking the time to get off the horse's back a little bit with rising trot outside the arena, just helps to keep them relaxed. Nick, who rides for his native New Zealand, been based over in England for a couple of seasons now. Actually rode this horse in the 3-star long format here 12 months ago, finished in 9th place there. Since stepped up to the 4-star level at Little Downham at the end of last season. And they completed on that occasion, looking for their first clear round cross country at 4-star level. Lucky Jojo, a 9-year-old. Irish bred by Alice Pringle, by Dilshan. Owned by the Lucky Jojo Syndicate. Fantastic to see the rise of syndicates in the sport. Gives a really accessible way of owning event horses, and actually can really add to the fun factor as well. Did a really good job there of keeping that counter-canter and gets a lovely clean flying change. Porters just started off trailing in the half pass, but Nick did a good job in bringing them back. Lovely square holds. And rightly so, Nick takes the 2 to 3 seconds of immobility very seriously. And those 2 to 3 seconds actually can feel like quite a lot of time in the middle of the arena. And it is interesting, actually, the more inexperienced horses, those that are only just stepping up to the 4-star level, are finding that trot transition much easier. Whereas a lot of the more experienced horses are really anticipating what they think should be a canter strike-off. Nick, a really tall, elegant rider. And this is a really nice test from this combination so far. Trending around 35 at the moment. Not quite moving off the 6.5 on the scores. But actually only really losing marks in one place, and that was the extended walk. So the young New Zealand rider, Nick Brooks, comes down the centre line with Lucky Jojo. And a good finish to his test. I think he'll be happy enough with that. Certainly the horse not overly experienced at the level. As I say, just one previous run at 4-star. That was actually at Little Downham last year, where they scored 40.8. So it'll be a significant improvement on that score here. Be around the mid-30 territory. And that's good enough to see them at the moment. Would go into around 15th place. It's very interesting, from 36.0, well, even going as sort of 35. 35.2 is 9th at the moment, Milridge Athos. Going all the way down to the next 10 places is 0.4 of a penalty. So Nick Brooks, Lucky Jojo, completing their test here at Millstreet International Horse Trials, go 19th on 36.3. As next to come forwards, it will be Raphael Lozano. Raphael with Master Quality Imp. Rafa, who represents Brazil. Actually one of those named riders on the Brazilian shortlist for the Olympic Games in Paris. Master Quality Imp by OBOS Quality. I imagine. As for Master Imp Mare, the mare is, the dam is Lady Clover Imp. So I would imagine she's by Master Imp. So true Irish bloodlines here, owned by Rafa himself. 10-year-old now. Combination that actually went out to Montelibretti for the Nations Cup earlier on this year, so competed in the first leg. Unfortunately, things didn't go to plan for them cross-country. That first leg was won by Ben Massey, Figaro Fonroy in the individual competition. And in terms of the team results, France dominated the team standings as well, ahead of Italy and Switzerland. None of those nations with teams here this weekend. A real shame not to see them out in Millstreet as we would usually this time of year, with the build-up to the Paris Olympic Games and different selection routes. Oh, just losing that cancer. Unfortunately, that makes the flying change not happen. So we'll have totally missed the flying change there, which will mean most likely I won't get any marks at all, unfortunately, depending on how kind our judges are feeling. Yeah, the build-up to Paris has meant that there are lots of different sort of strategic routes, and unfortunately going to lose the second of those changes as well. Just waiting for that score to come in for the first flying change, and certainly 2 zeros. I think he might get something for the second of those changes. But actually, we never know when we're watching a test just where a horse is at in their training. And it might have been a fairly strategic decision not to upset the horse. Actually, it was offered up. Don't correct him in the arena. And come back to it on another day. Just unfortunately does prove costly on the scoreboard. Rafa, who actually was part of the Brazilian team at the Pan American Games last year that helped secure Brazil that Olympic qualification ticket to the Paris Games this summer. Finished in 9th place individually with his top ride, Withington. That's the horse on whom he's been named on that Brazilian shortlist. Well, he completes his test here and actually really managed to bring the score back down, potentially even into a minimum eligibility requirement result territory. Sub 45 or 45 or less is an MER result in the first phase. And certainly heading back into that territory, just waiting for the last couple of scores to come in. And looks like a 44.7. So Raphael Lozano, Master Quality Imp, finishing their test. And actually, lots to like about that test. Just a couple of very expensive errors in the flying changes. He is safely through the first phase. So 3 more combinations to come in this, the third session of 4 sessions of dressage today. All 3 of them are for Ireland. Louise Kennedy, Danielle McCormack, Heather O'Connor. A hugely enthusiastic Irish crowd here in Millstreet. I have a feeling that could well be Caroline Pamuk finishing her test in the 4-star long format. And it is the US fans, I think, celebrating the fact she's about to have gone out in front, in the lead in that 4-star long. The last to go in the 4-star long. And certainly her score at the moment, sub 30, which would see her go ahead of Dutch Olympian Andrew Heffernan and Gideon, who have led the way so far. So, yeah, that's confirmed. Caroline Pamuk, she's the one, to the absolute delight of the US fans out in Millstreet, leading the way in the 4-star long format. Our attention, though, remains on the 4-star short presented by Connolly's Red Mills. The leader in our section at the moment, Andrew Barnett, and Go Tosca, 29.0. Ahead of Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe in second, Alyssa Phillips, Oscar in third, 30.8. Now, though, we turn our attention to Louise Kennedy. Louise rides a minimum. JJ. There's a combination who were 6th at Ballindennis in the 3-star last year, stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time. Previously had a couple of runs here at Millstreet in the 3-star level of competition. Completed on both of those occasions. Actually, we're clear cross country here in the 3-star short format 12 months ago. Menom JJ, bred by John Taylor, by Mr. Clover, owned now by Andrew Kennedy. Quite rushed through the flying change, but made it happen. Not quite able to get the second of those changes. Very late behind, unfortunately. Changed in front and then changed behind a good number of strides later. Just relax nicely into the walk. Lovely square halts. Not quite the 5 steps back in the rein back. Millstreet is such a feature event in Ireland now. The target of so many young riders coming up through the levels. And it's always wonderful to see riders graduating on from the other level of classes that they run here. Not only does it see real progression for athletes as they head on up the levels, but it also means that we see top riders bring not only their top horses, but also the younger stars coming through. Quite often they have a real variety of horses across all different levels. Trending 42.5 at the moment, which would see them just go outside the top 25. Gets their final halt. Our camera position on that final halt isn't quite side on, so we don't always see whether a halt is truly square. But actually, Louise and Namom JJ just finished their test, so we'll get a score for them as soon as it comes in. Not going to trouble our leaders, Andrew Barnett and Go Tosca, who've made their first international start outside of Australia and New Zealand here this weekend. And they made it one to remember as well. 29.0, a really lovely fluent test for Australia in the Nations Cup competition. Sees them as the ones to beat ahead of Stephen Heel, Kadam Deluxe, 30.7 in second. Alyssa Phillips and Oscar, 30.8 in third at the moment. Then comes a real host of New Zealand riders. All four of the New Zealand team riders next in the leaderboard. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th for Janelle Price, Tim Price, Clark Johnstone and Dan Joselyn. Before Bill Levitt, Sligo, Candy Kane in 8th, the next best of the Australians. Ian Cassels, the highest placed individual rider at the moment. Milridge Athos in 9th. So next to come forwards, it is Danielle McCormack. Danielle rides Hilda Billy Orinoco. Hilda Billy Orinoco coming forward for Ireland, and Danielle brings forward this 14-year-old that was bred at the Billy Stud by Donald Barnwell. Hence the Billy in the name, now owned by Anna Sims Hilditch from the Hildair Stud. Danielle rides for the Hildair Stud. And actually, Danielle rides a really, really nice selection of young horses as well. Not quite got the angle on that. Canter half past, just quarters trailing slightly. Ooh, quick through the flying change and actually a little bit short behind, but it happened. Danielle also riding Regarde Moi Vantelar, the highest rated 7-year-old in Ireland at the moment. There, Billy Orinoco went well at Kelsall Hill in the 3-star. Jumped to double clear there. Actually stepped up to 4-star level last year. Only had one previous run at the level. That was at Ballindennisk. Jumped to a super double clear in the 4-star short back in September of last year. Danielle, well, she rides for Ireland still, based in Great Britain. Well presented test to our ground jury. Isn't quite going to trouble the leaders. Just a couple of places where not quite got off the 6.5 territory. Danielle comes to her final halt. Actually, it's interesting on that turn to the centre line, you turn left at E and then you turn left at X to proceed down the centre line. So there isn't a half circle or anything to soften that question. And it's very easy for the horses to lose their balance, lose their straightness. So Danielle McCormack finishing her test, looking to be on a score of around 39.1, which would see her go into 24th place. Possibly even a little bit higher up the leaderboard, depending on those final collectives, into 23rd, 39.1. So that sees them make their mark on the leaderboard. As next to come forwards will be the last to go before the final break of the day, Heather O'Connor. HSH Has It All. Wonderful facilities here at Millstreet International Horse Trials, the Green Glens Arena, which, as we said earlier, named after one of Noel C. Duggan's favourite songs, The Green Glens of Antrim. Feels a very appropriate title for Millstreet in the county of Cork over on the west coast of Ireland. Green Glens, it has been owned by the Duggan family since 1973, hosted the 1993 Eurovision Song Contest, but has also hosted World Boxing Disney on Ice, of all things, political events, agricultural shows, and world boxing, as well as, of course, the huge history of equestrian events that they've hosted. First held at a Junior European Championships, actually, in jumping back in 1980. Hosted the European Pony Championships in dressage, eventing and jumping in 1989. And a whole host of other championships along the way, including, of course, most recently, the European Eventing Championships for young riders and juniors in 2017. The Event Rider Masters Series held a super competitive leg here back in 2019. That was won by Great Britain's Lucy Jackson and Superstition. And this 4-star class this time last year was actually won by New Zealand's Tim Price and Falco. And it's a class that has been dominated by international riders in recent years. It looks like we're not going to see Heather O'Connor. HSH has it all. Not sure of quite what has happened there, but the next combination will be due into the arena at just before 3:15 local time. So we will be back with you in a very short while after this break. And Janie Cairns, Premier Charlie, will be getting us underway then. So we'll be back after this short break for the final session of dressage here on day 1 of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup leg here in Ireland. Welcome back to Millstreet International Horse Trials as we head into the final session of the day in the Connolly's Red Mills 4-star short format of competition. Halfway through the competition as yet, 60 combinations in the total lineup. 30 of them have done their test so far. So let's remind ourselves of how the leaderboard looks. Well, it is Andrew Barnett and Go Tosca for Australia that lead the way, 29.0, the only sub-30 score so far. They actually head up Australia, leading the Nations Cup team competition as well. Kadam Deluxe, Stephen Hill sitting in second, 30.7. Alyssa Phillips and Oscar in third, 30.8. Then it is the 4 Kiwi riders that actually make up their Nations Cup team, who currently sit in second behind Australia in the team standings. Janelle Price, Tim Price, Clark Johnstone and Dan Joselyn. And then Bill Levitt. Ian Cassels in ninth is the only individual rider in the top 10. Kirsty Shabar rounding out the top 10. So we are in the midst of the individual riders coming forwards. And now we turn our attentions to Janie Cairn with Premier Charlie. Janie Cairns with this horse that actually stepped up to the 4-star level at Ballindennisk last year. Finished 7th on their debut at Ballindennisk. And then completed with a clear cross-country Ballindennisk again this spring. The first phase wouldn't necessarily be this horse's strongest phase. That would certainly be the cross-country, where they have a very, very good record. And we'll look forward to, of course, bringing you all of the cross-country action live on FEI.tv on Sunday. The on-site commentary team will be guiding you through the cross-country action. But we will have, of course, more dressage for you tomorrow. And then on Saturday from 2 o'clock local time, the jumping phase over the coloured poles. Just see Janie doing a really good job to keep the horse's tension under control, and actually just broke in the extended canter. Took a bit of time to get that back underway, not quite straight as she tries to keep the lead going into this flying change, which does actually happen a couple of strides early. Janie just protecting that extended canter. Coming back in the other direction, this 11-year-old. By Touchdown, owned by Janie herself, bred by Dominic Rice over in Ireland. Gets the 5 steps of rein back. Those small details make such a difference to the overall score. Just rattled the whiteboard. You can see on a couple of occasions where they have rattled the whiteboards, the straightness just isn't there. A lot of tension creeping in, and actually Janie just holding it all together. Struggling with that positioning in the shoulder in, using the quality of the trot. Coming up the final centre line. Janie done a very good job to keep the horse's tension under control, and actually should be a personal best at the level for this combination. These horses that are fit and ready to run cross country, sometimes channeling that within the whiteboards isn't always the most straightforward of tasks. But Janie gets the job done. And she had to protect the marks where she could as well. Couldn't really go for it in that extended canter for fear that actually the horse would break. But that extended trot, one of the highlights. And actually a score confirmed for her of 45.8. So into 29th place at the moment. Well, news just in that Heather O'Connor, HSH, has it all that we expected just before the break. They will actually come forward tomorrow, we understand, because has exam pressures, so we'll look forward to seeing them tomorrow. For now, though, James O'Hare will be next to come down the centre line with Liberty Bell. It's a 12-year-old boy, Fortunus, owned by Penelope Guinness, was actually bred by Penelope Guinness as well. Having a horse all the way up the levels, having bred the horse must be so unbelievably rewarding. James now comes forward. He's based in County Kildare, near Robertstown. Produces young horses all the way up the levels. Ridden up to the 5-star level, James. Comes forward with Liberty Bell. First we've seen of the day, actually, in a double bridle. Second 4-star for this horse. This mare, as I say, 12 years of age, was 9th at Ballindennis last autumn. Losing a little bit of quality in the canter and getting a little bit above the vertical in that half pass to the right.